Hello, everyone. I am officially live yet again. I hope that you are doing well today. If you're new here, hi, I'm Alex. This is my channel, Frank Fiction, where I do reading and productivity sprints every Friday at 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. If you are watching live, welcome. And if you are watching the recording after the fact, welcome to you as well. Today, I am going to be reading the same books that I was reading last week, although I have made significant progress in The Spell Shop by Sarah Beth Durst. And I'm really excited to be continuing to read this tonight because I've made really good progress towards, us being ready for our book club that we're having next week, Kat and I. And I am going to be hosting this one on my channel this time. So you all get to listen to me deliver the questions and everything. But I always really enjoy hosting them, and I'm honestly looking forward to talking about this book and hearing what Kat thinks about it. I'm not entirely sure yet if she has gotten to start this book. So I'll be either, if I see her tonight, I will be asking or sending her an email really soon to see where she's at. I am currently on page 200 of 374. So I am over the halfway point. And I'm hoping my goal tonight is to maybe get around like another 70 pages, something like that. If I only focus on this book, I feel like that's pretty doable. If I also go and read the other book I am currently up in right now, which is Wild by Cheryl Strayed, I probably won't be able to get quite as many pages, but we shall see. I have not made as much progress in Wild since we talked last. I'm only on page 54 because I've been spending most of my time when I have been reading The Spell Shop because I have a time commitment for that one. So we'll see what I end up doing tonight. I'm really hoping I can lock in and focus and not like feel distracted during my reading. I feel like lately I haven't been able to sit and just read. I've been like doing a little bit of reading and then I pause to do something else. I do a little bit of reading and I pause to do something else. And that's not necessarily abnormal for me, but it's frustrating when I know that there's something that I need to read and I need to get it done in a timely fashion. So that's why doing these sprints, at least for me, is incredibly helpful because I know that I have like that blocked out time to be able to just read, and that's the expectation for that time, so that helps me out a lot. And as always, this is a chill time. Sit down, grab a drink, grab a snack, curl up under a blanket, or put a fan on you. It is officially time for the fans. I am extremely happy we are having really nice weather right now. Keaton and I actually went out and grabbed some food. We had Vietnamese tonight, and I'm thinking about finishing the evening with some ice cream. A little bit later, I have some vanilla ice cream in the freezer. So we honestly had just a really nice time just going out, letting the wind hit us and getting to feel the beautiful temperature and everything. It's my first day. Well, I can't say it's my first day that I put on a t-shirt and shorts. It's technically the second day, but this is the first one where hopefully we're not going to have like horrific storms afterwards. It is supposed to rain tonight, but it's not supposed to be thunderstorms. And the temperature is going to be maintained nicely, so it's not going to be like, oh, we have a beautiful day and then it drops off sharply back down into like the 40s. So we're officially, I think, past like false spring and we're in like actual spring. So I'm feeling very excited about that, feeling excited to get ready to go outside and like work in the yard and everything. And I also just realized that I do not have my water or anything with me. So during our first sprint, I will go and get some water. Be sure to stay hydrated. And let me know what it is that you are reading or working on tonight. So I'm going to go over and say hello to everybody who has arrived already. And first up is Magnolia. Hello, Magnolia. Good to see you. And she says, first, yay, haha, hello, hello, everybody. Hello, Alex. And hello to you too. Heidi says, hello, I'm trying to finish the Vampire Tapestry tonight. All right. Woohoo. Very nice. Magnolia says, hello, Heidi. And Kathy's here. Hi, Kathy. Good to see you. And she says, hi, guys. Happy Friday. Happy Friday to you too. I hope everyone had a lovely week. Mine was really busy, but not bad, I guess is the best way I could describe it. It just kind of felt a little hectic, but definitely glad to be heading into the weekend, even though this weekend we have plans as well. Said finishing painting my gardening label sticks, and then my apartment complex has movie night tonight, so I'm going to go watch Captain America. That's really cool. I didn't know that apartment complexes would have movie nights. It makes sense that they would, as a perk for their tenants. I never was a part of an apartment that did that, but I think that's really cool. So I hope you end up having a wonderful time. You were talking about painting made me want to tell you all that I did something that I haven't bought since, well, or I guess haven't been gifted since I was a child, because I don't think I've ever bought one for myself before. But I got a paint by numbers kit, and it's one that's meant for adults, and it's like a high quality set. And I'm going to be able to like make my own frame and everything, and like tack down the canvas, and gonna hang it up in our bedroom when I'm done with it. But it's an 18 by 24 painting of Zion National Park, and I'm super excited to be working on it. I already started it yesterday when I got it, but I probably won't work on it tonight just because there's no convenient place for me really to like film and talk to you all and also work on it. So I'll probably spend some time this weekend doing that, and just it's really relaxing. It's amazing how tedious it is, but I'm also really good at tedious tasks. So there is that. But yeah, I got a paint by number set. And Kathy said, also currently watching My Cousin Vinny. Great movie. Oh my God. Such a good movie. And Magnolia says, I'm reading a novella from a Dutch author called Esther Gerritsen. Yeah, Gerritsen. Okay. And it would be called Brother in English. Okay. Nice. And Swank is here. Hi, Swank. And Swank says, howdy, everybody. Happy Animal Cracker Day. That's cute. Happy Pinata. Happy Juggler Day. Very nice. At one point, I could juggle. I don't think that I can anymore, unfortunately. And Angela said, hi, Alex and friends. Hello to you too, Angela. I'll be working on the latter half of Persuasion tonight. Nice. My first pizza. I finished the spell shop. Happy reading, everyone. Oh, good. I hope that you like the spell shop, Angela. But if you want to wait to tell me what you thought of it until our book club meeting next week, you're more than welcome to do that. And Christina says, hi, Alex and chat friends. I'm finishing Hungerstone today. 80 pages left. Awesome. And Teresa says, hello, Alex and friends. Hello to you too. I will start with listening to number 7 of Louis Penny series. Nice. And Denise said, hello, everyone. Hello, Denise. Need to pick a new book. Have no idea what I'll be reading yet. Well, if you want us to pick you a random book, you can provide us some options and we can vote. Just let us know. And Swang says, I'm over halfway through my reread of Mayfly. Nice. Is it Maeve or is it Mauve? Mauve fly? Maeve? I just realized I don't actually know how to spell the word mauve, so I don't know how that is spelled. And Magnolia says, I am having water as well and a mocktail mojito. Nice. Minty. And Faye says, hello. I need to finish my stories, My Time by Jean Charitine, pronounced the French way. Okay. Before Cloud Library snatches it back in 4 hours. Oh God. Okay. better hurry. And also, hello, Faye. And Magnolia says, wow, you nailed it saying her name. Good job. Did I really? Woohoo! That never happens. And Heidi says, hi, Magnolia. I would love to have a real mojito right now. I have never had like a true mojito. The only thing I ever had was back in the day. There was a company that it's like a gum company that made a mojito flavored gum. And as a child, I tried that and I was like, I really don't like this. I would chew on it anyway because it was what my mom had. But ever since then, I've always been like, oh, mojito, I wouldn't like that. But the truth is, I haven't had a real one, so I very well might. And Swank says, Mayfly mi culpa. And, oh, good. Oh, okay. So I wasn't misremembering it. It was, you had written mauve, but it is Maeve. Okay, sweet. Thank you. And Magnolia says, I am personally not fond of alcohol, Heidi, so I rather have a mocktail. That is totally cool. And I think it's awesome that mocktails are really popular in a lot of places right now. I think that's important. Back before I was of legal drinking age, I went to this restaurant with my dad and his wife Sandy, and it was really cool because the guy there, he was the bartender. He was more of a mixologist than a bartender because everything that he did was fancy. And he had this blackberry bush that they had outside in the restaurant, and I told him obviously I couldn't drink, but I really loved blackberries, if he wouldn't mind making me a drink. And I had no idea that he had a blackberry bush, and so he went out there and he handpicked them, and he went and he made me a drink, and that was honestly the best mocktail that I have ever had in my life, still to this day. And he made me feel very welcomed there, and like he ended up getting tipped super well for that just because he was so kind to me that evening. And yeah, it was just really awesome. And Heidi said, Alex, next time you go to a Mexican restaurant, definitely order one. Oh, okay. So I should get one from a Mexican restaurant. Good to know. Is there tequila in a mojito? If I had to guess, it probably is, but I'm not entirely sure. It could be vodka for all I know. Probably tequila. All right, and I will give you all your first question of the evening. Some of these that I made tonight, you're going to be like, "What the hell, Alex?" Because they're weird. I made like they're actually all weird. They're really weird ones tonight. So the first one I'm going to give you is: would you rather all ice cream taste? Oh nope, I misspelled something. God dang it! Ah. Okay. Would you rather all ice cream taste like mayonnaise or mayonnaise taste like ice cream? And Magnolia said, "What is the one called with the olives actually?" That is a dirty martini. If you look it up, that's probably what you're thinking of. And Swang said rum, I think. Oh, a mojito has rum? Oh, I definitely would probably like it then because I do enjoy a good rum. Alrighty, well, I will get us started here with our first sprint. I have yet again the cherry blossoms as I feel is appropriate for the springtime. And Elkie is here. Hi, Elkie. And Elkie says, hello. I'm late because I was already reading and I was so close to finishing Malice. It's finished now. Very nice. That's awesome. Well, thank you for coming. And never worry about being late. I'm just happy that you showed up. So I will get us started on our first sprint. So Elkie, you showed up just in time for us to do our first sprint. And I will be diving back into the spell shop. And we'll see how far I can get. Let's see. And Khan is here. Hello, good to see you. Welcome. And I will have us jump right on in. So I'll see you all in a little bit. Happy reading. All right, everybody, come on back. Let me know how you did. I read 24 pages during that sprint, which is pretty good, especially because Barker kept coming to get me and tell me that I wasn't paying enough attention to him. So I feel like even with my concentration broken there for a little bit, I still made some good progress. So if I can read like that for the rest of the evening, I will absolutely hit my 70-page goal, which makes me very happy. And before we left, I asked you all the question, would you rather all ice cream taste like mayonnaise or mayonnaise taste like ice cream? So let's see what you had to say. Faye says, if mayonnaise tasted like ice cream, I might actually like mayonnaise. That's true. Not everybody is a mayonnaise fiend like me. And see, Telkana says, first sprint gonna be a nap sprint. That sounds good. Jamie said, happy Friday, all, and happy Friday to you, Jamie. And also happy Easter to anybody who celebrates. And Magnolia says, okay, easy question for me since I don't like mayo, so I would rather have my mayo taste like ice cream. For the fries, we have fry sauce, which is a bit different than mayo. I remember you telling me that. I probably would really like fry sauce. I just like sauce. And Denise said, would rather mayonnaise taste like ice cream. I can find some substitutes for mayonnaise. Ice cream is one of my favorite treats. That is so fair. Jamie says, still at work now, but we'll be back after. I would definitely rather all mayonnaise taste like ice cream. All right, I might be the oddball out here, but I would rather all ice cream taste like mayonnaise because I cannot give up putting mayonnaise on like sandwiches and using it to dip my fries in and everything. And I don't want it to taste like ice cream whenever I like use it on one of my savory dishes, you know. So I definitely know there is no substitute for a good mayonnaise. And also, sorry if you can hear Barker in the background. There's a lot of people outside today because the weather's so nice. So he's just like frantic. So I'm going to just shut that to muffle him just a little bit. And see, Heidi said, Elke Malice by John Gwynne. If so, each book gets better and better. Laura's here. Hi, Laura. Good to see you. And she says, hi, peeps. I'm a bit late. That's all good. Just happy to see you. She said, had quite a month, a lot of traveling done last week on Comic-Con Prague. Oh, that sounds cool. But now I'm finally able to join a sprint again. Yeah, it had been a while, but I'm glad that you're back and hope that you just had a wonderful time while you were gone. You said rereading Death on the Nile. Awesome. That is the Agatha Christie story, right? If it is, funny enough, I actually did a jigsaw puzzle years ago where they give you a bunch of clues in the puzzle and then they give you the story and then you use the puzzle to solve the mystery. And I did actually do it, which made me really happy. It was super fun. Telkana says, mayo to taste like ice cream, better to mess up BLT than all of happiness. That is fair. And Laura said, I'm voting for mayo flavored ice cream. At least it wouldn't tempt me as much. Okay, so we got two people who would pick mayo flavored ice cream. And it's not that I don't love ice cream. I just talked earlier about the fact that I'm probably going to go have some vanilla ice cream here in a little bit. So I definitely enjoy it. It's just mayonnaise is my favorite condiment. So I don't want it to change at all. Like I use mayonnaise to make my grilled cheeses, you know, instead of butter. So I put that shit on everything. It's like the lady from the Frank's hot sauce commercial. It's like I put mayonnaise on everything and I love it. And Nicole is here. Hi, Nicole. Nicole says, hello. I'm reading volume 3 and 4 of Plum Crazy Tales of a Tiger Striped Cat. That sounds cute. And Swank says, ice cream that tastes like mayo, then not eat it. Gotta have mayo. Plus, I worked at both Farrell's Ice Cream Parlor and Swenson's Ice Cream, so I got burned out on it early. Rarely have it. Yeah, my very first job was at an ice cream shop, and I don't think I really ate ice cream for like a year and a half after that. And I still don't have it all the time, but I do enjoy it. And Nicole said, ice cream tastes like mayo. All right. And Robert said, I'll go with mayo tasting like ice cream. I'm reading The Serpent Called Mercy, Roan Lau. Low rating, but great 189 pages in. Okay. So it has low ratings by other people, but you really like it so far. That's good. I hope it doesn't end up being like The Terror, Robert, where you really like it in the beginning and then you realize why certain people don't like it. And Faye says, I cleaned my fish tank and read 11 pages. Very nice. And Faye, you said you have to give it back. Now it's probably closer to 3 hours. So how many pages did you have left? And Heidi said, Hi, Robert. And Nicole is here. Hi, Nicole. Nicole says mayo tastes like ice cream. And hi. Nicole, you've been having all of the good, delicious treats. I've been seeing your little chocolate boxes and stuff that you've been putting in your shorts as your treats for reading. I thought that was really nice. And Talcana said 20 pages of Castle in the Air and a nap. Nice. And Nicole said, Hi, chat friends. And Denise said, decided to go with a nonfiction book, The Notebook, A History of Thinking on Paper. Oh, that sounds cool. Swing says, Amen, Alex. Yes. And Teresa says, Hi, Nicole. And Robert says, Heidi, how are you? And Emily is here. Hi, Emily. And Emily says, hello, all reading 100 Years of Solitude. Nice. I will read that one day. Would rather ice cream taste like mayo. Could give up ice cream and things I eat with mayo would be gross if it tasted like ice cream. See? Okay, good. I'm happy. Like other people are like me. And Kat is here. Hi, Kat. Kat, how far are you in the spell shop? I'm officially at page 225. And you said, hi, Alex and friends in the chat. I just finished filming my Zombie-thon announcement video. Great job. I need to finish my Jane Austen's Garden book so I can start the spell shop. Oh, you haven't started it yet. Okay. Well, very curious to hear your thoughts on it when you do get to it. Angela said earlier that she has finished reading it, and I think she's going to wait to tell us what she thought until we actually have our book club, which I think that's a wonderful idea. Interested to see like kind of what questions we come up with and everything. I'll be sure to have all of mine sent to you by Wednesday. This coming Wednesday. That way we have like a full day, if you will, to think about what we want to talk about, and I'll get it all set up. So it'll be good. And Robert says, Nicole read The Bee Stings Stat. Oh, read The Bee Stings Stat. I think that's, I don't think the whole title is The Bee Stings Stat. Maybe it is. I don't know. And Magnolia says, what do you think about it, Emily? I have that book on my classics TBR someday, hopefully. And Zach says, oh, hi, Zach. Says, I'm just dropping in, but I'd rather have mayo ice cream too. I'd eat chocolate mayo ice cream, and it's snowing here. No! No! No, I'm over it. Okay, I can say that now. It's mid-April. No more. No more snow. I'm so sorry. Heidi said, Robert, glad you're here. You always make Friday Night Lights humorous. That's true. And Kat says, but first I need to relax my brain. I truly feel like a zombie. You poor thing. Definitely do relax. Tokana says, mayo or Miracle Whip? Mayo. Mayo. Now, I started with Miracle Whip. And then when I had mayo, I realized I could never go back. That was something we talked about on one of my sprints one night weeks ago. Magnolia said, I am halfway in my novella. I love it so far. It is emotional, but has a lot of layers in such a small book. I'm curious how it will end. Awesome. Heidi says, hi, Kat. This is a good place for relaxing. Oh, that's great. Glad to hear that. Angela says, mayo is my numero uno condiment. Woo-woo. Can't imagine a grilled cheese without it. That's right. That is absolutely right. I could give up ice cream. There's other sweet treats, you know what I mean? But there is no replacement for mayonnaise. And Swank says, hi, Nicole and Kat. And Faye says, I have about 60 pages left, so I can still get her done. All right. Yes, you can. And Nicole says, the chocolate was really nice. Past tense, missing daily chocolate. Oh, you can get more. Get more chocolate. Treat yourself. Robert says, Heidi, with love. And Denise says, Swank loved for Farrell's. I remember my mom, or is it Farrell or Pharrell? It's probably Pharrell. I remember my mom taking me and my best friend there once for my birthday. Oh, that's awesome. And Kat says, "Oh, what a question, Alex. That is a terrible decision to make. If I must choose, I go with mayo that tastes like ice cream." Okay. And Barry says, "Hello," and hello to you too, Barry. Hope you're doing well. And Nicole said, "Robert, perfect timing. I need a book for the weekend." Done. Nice. And Nicole said, "Robert, I blame you in advance." Doggone says, "I loved the spell shop." Woohoo! That's awesome. I hope you're going to join our book club discussion about it next Thursday at 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time and 7 p.m. Central Standard Time. Magnolia says, "A few days ago, I finished Emily Wilde's Encyclopedia of Fairies, by the way, and I absolutely loved it. My rare 6 stars. I really recommend." Honestly, that makes sense for you that you would really like that one based off of what I know of that book. I have not read it, but I have heard a lot of good things about it. So that's awesome. And Swank says, "Cat, cool. Can't wait. I've been doing zombie book gatherings or zombie books gathering." Yes. And Swank says, "Blasphemy." And Denise says, "Nicole had to go with nonfiction, so I'm ready for Pachinko on Monday. Can't read more than one fiction book at a time." I am really excited to see what you think about Pachinko because that was my favorite book of 2024. It is difficult at times to read, not because of the writing. The writing of the book is amazing. It's because of the subject matter. But I really loved that book. So I hope that you end up enjoying it. And if you don't, feel free to tell me that. That would be okay. I do want to hear your genuine thoughts about it, but my fingers crossed for you that you like it. I think I mentioned this to you all. After I read it and I loved it so much, I convinced a friend of mine to pick it up and he listened to the audiobook and he loved it. So I know I'm not the only one. It's rated very highly and it won. Oh God, what was the prize that it won that year? I talked about it in my video. It wasn't a Pulitzer, was it? I can't remember, but it won a prize and it deserved it. And Teresa said, "Miracle Whip for sure, but I don't use it much like you all do." I don't use Miracle Whip at all, ma'am. And Swank says, "Hate Miracle Whip." Yeah, me too. I hate it. And Nicole says, "I still have hot chocolate." Ah, yes. That's awesome. And Swank says, "Fair, fair rouse. Farrells. Fair rouse." I don't think I'm having a hard time with that with my accent. And Emily said, "Magnolia, it's good. I'm only getting the first level of this story because I'm not familiar with the political history and time he was writing about. Even so, 1/3 in and glad I'm reading it." That is the way that I felt about The Master and Margarita. So the edition that I read of it, because it was an anniversary edition, fortunately, the two authors who ended up doing the translation, they kept giving like little context blurbs for what was going on historically in the book. And I thought that that was great because otherwise I would have had absolutely no idea what the frick anybody was talking about. And I hate that there's so much of history that I don't know, but it is important, especially with translated works, to have somebody who writes in the book like explanations of the history. I do think that that's really important. And Nicole said, "Denise, that's fair. I should probably not start something now, but can't help myself." And Kat says, the the year my son Barry went to Alaska Air Force, he went in September. It had started snowing. It also snowed in April." Well, that makes sense to me for Alaska because Alaska's cold most of the year, it seems like. And, that's one reason I could not be there at all. And Kat says, "Yay, Swank." And Teresa says, "Miracle Whip tastes better in my deviled eggs." I will trust you on that one. I will trust you on that one. And Magnolia says, "Okay, that's great, Emily. Thanks for the answer. I might have the same level as you." And Zach says, "I 4.75 spell shop." Oh, yes. And I prefer snow. That's why I live on a frozen mountain. That's true. That is true. I have to remind myself that not everybody is a creature of the heat like me. I went outside today and I was like, finally, I get to just walk outside and bake. Like, that makes me so happy. I just want to feel the sun. I want to feel the warmth. I was sweating outside and I came in and I was like, oh my gosh, it feels so good to be sweating right now. So yeah, I'm one of those people. And Angela said, Nicole, I am ready for pachinko too. Woohoo! I really hope you all like it. And Emily said, Nicole, will you be able to finish the bee sting in a week? If so, wow, I will be picking it up in May. So look forward to hearing your thoughts. Nice. And Laura said, I also enjoyed the spell shop. 5 stars. Yes! I love that because this was the book club pick that we had that I was the most concerned about for people's reviews. So if most people end up enjoying it, then that makes me happy. I cannot tell you what I'm leaning on for my rating of it so far, even though I'm over halfway through, because to be completely honest with you, I really don't know. Um, I just I don't know yet, but we will see. And Melissa, hi, Melissa. Melissa says, hi, everyone, and welcome to you. I don't think I've seen you here before, but I hope you're having a wonderful evening and happy Friday. Or whatever day it is for you. You might be in another country. And Zach says, yeah, my edition of The Three Musketeers had over 200 historical notes. That's my favorite way to read classics. That is the only way that I can read classics, I think. I find that my enjoyment of classics has always been tempered by my ability to understand the framing of the story. And I think that might be the root of the problem of, and I've talked about this a lot, so I won't like harp on this or anything, but for those of you who don't know, I have a really difficult time reading classics. I typically do not enjoy them and I avoid them most of the time because I feel like I'm not going to understand them. And my concern that I'm not going to understand them makes me feel stupid. Even though I technically haven't come into contact with a classic that didn't make sense. There are parts of them sometimes where I have to go and reference and like go to Wikipedia and be like, did I understand that properly? Or did I miss something? And most of the time I did understand it. I just might not get the context of it. So classics are stressful for me. Like if I if I had to pick any genre of book that gives me the most anxiety to read, it is classics. And I do hope that that changes for me over time, and it very well might. And Denise says, Kat, we had snow here in Michigan last week and it's 80 right now. Well, enjoy your 80. And Robert says, Nicole, I wish I could get Alex to read Burnham Wood as easily. Burnham Wood, that's right. You've told me about that, Robert. I feel like I have so much to read, but you're absolutely right. I remember you telling me. And Teresa says, summer is my least favorite season. Oh, I'm sorry. I mean, I guess it too depends where you live because, like, people who live out in, like, the desert, for example, and, you know, you're getting 110-degree days and you really can't step outside. I can understand why that would be difficult for me because our winters are so harsh. I personally, in my opinion, find summers, even on the hottest day, to be very easily manageable because we rarely, I mean, we do get over 90 degrees like regularly during the summer, but it's very, very rare for us to get over 100. So, you know, if you're averaging, you know, in the high 70s, low 80s if for a day in the summer, I mean, that's like beautiful. It's like perfect to me pretty much all the time. Especially if you're going out for a walk and you're in the trees and stuff and you're not even like directly in the sun. It's like the best thing in the world to me. And Kat says, I do still need to take my 6 sad April picture for today. Might do that first. 6 sad April. Oh. And Kat says, Denise, sounds like Louisiana weather. Wacky. And Nicole said, Emily, no clue, but highly doubt it. And Telkana says, I tried to read Pachinko, but I've heard great things. Maybe I need to listen to it. Yeah, my friend listened to it and that worked well for him. So I do know Based off of reading it physically, because I read it physically, it can feel quite dense at times, but there was just something about it for me that was incredibly compelling. I just loved the generational story. I thought each person in the family was really interesting. I thought the transitions between each of the family members was just so perfectly done. I was like shocked at how well the author just like flowed from one person to the next through 5 generations of people. I loved it so much. And Kat says, "I've gotten positive feedback about the spell shop so far." Yay! Me too. And Magnolia says, "Spell Shop has such a gorgeous cover." It does. One that is on my wish list as well, if only for the cover. Yeah, it does have a really beautiful cover. For those of you who aren't reading it or haven't read it, hang on, I stuck it over here. I take my dust jackets off when I read the books, but isn't that pretty? I also love that they put one of the winged cats on there. I think they're really cute. The island is full of cats with wings on them, and they're all like different colors. And Kat said 100%. And Nicole said, "Robert, LOL, your timing just came right as I thought what to read next." He had a sixth sense for it. He said, "Classics is not a genre, so you need to find a genre within classics that you like." That's true. Yeah, that's fair. I don't really know, I guess, what to categorize classics because classics, don't they have like kind of their own section a lot of times in like bookstores and stuff? I guess that's why I think of it as being classics or by being a genre. And Nicole said, like a good sci fi classic with your favorite trope. Yeah, yeah, that's true. Oddly enough, I like that you brought that up because I have never really thought of like classic sci-fi as being the type of classic that I'm thinking about, like them all being this like just under the header of classic. That probably doesn't make any sense to anybody else, but it makes sense in my brain because sci-fi classic for me is very different than in my head what I think of when somebody says the word classic. I think that's probably what it is because when I think of classic, I think of like The Count of Monte Cristo, I don't know, Phantom of the Opera, Jane Austen, Charlotte Bronte, um, just books like that. And for whatever reason, like William Gibson and Ray Bradbury and like Clifford D. Simic and Philip K. Dick and all of them, like they are the masters of science fiction and they are classic sci-fi. I just never really thought of them as being classics. So I think that's cool that you mentioned that. I mean, it makes sense. And Zach says the Three Musketeers, yep, Three Musketeers was a historical fiction when it was written, and I'll be leaving when you read this. Oh, okay. Bye, Zach. Take care. And Nicole said, I definitely muted you while you talked about pachinko. Your hand gestures were fun. Yeah, I didn't I wasn't talking about the story. So in terms of like what happens. So I don't want to spoil anything for anybody. Heidi says, is Spell Shop romantasy? Technically it is, yes, but not romantasy in the way that I've come to think of romantasy, where it's like, the hot and heavy kind. This is not that. This is not a sexy book. Okay, we'll put it that way. And Swank says, I'm in Texas and it's already 85. That's my heat level. Can't handle hotter than that. Ooh. Ooh. This is going to be a rough summer for you, Swank. And Chris is here. Hi, Chris. And Chris says, I can't do mayo in any form, so I'll cheat and say none of the above. I'm convinced I had some mayo incident as a child because I hate the taste and smell. Maybe they put it in your hair to treat lice. I don't know. And Nicole said they do have their own section because we don't have all the same genres today or they're lazy. Yeah, that's fair. I guess you'll have to forgive me. That's the reason why I think of classics as being a genre. And Magnolia says, I guess classics has become a bit of a subgenre, kind of. Yeah, I would say so. And Nicole says, sci-fi goes way back. Cicero wrote about a general being in outer space. That's cool. And Nicole said, Victorian classics is what you're thinking of. Yes, thank you. Yeah. The entire world wrote classics books over 70 to 100 years ago. Yeah, you're absolutely right. But yes, it's true. And that probably has something to do with my education. Is a lot of what we were taught in school or were required reading were European works. I think, especially in the United States, we're kind of obsessed with like British literature, which is, another reason why Jane Austen is so popular. So, maybe I owe my education to the way that I think about classics. Probably do. Laura says, Heidi, there is a romance. It's a cozy fantasy. Yes. Better way to describe it. Zach says, I love War of the Worlds. I did read War of the Worlds. Yes. By Jules Verne. Or no, excuse me. H.G. Wells. How dare I say Jules Verne? That's H.G. Wells. And really like A Phantom of the Opera. It's kind of science fiction. He has pretty cool tech in the day. Yeah, that's true. Keaton had me watch the adaptation, like the most famous adaptation of Phantom of the Opera, the one where they filmed the play. I didn't like ever see the movie, but I saw like the most famous play that they ever did for it. And I had like no intention of ever watching Phantom of the Opera. I didn't care about the music or anything, but when he showed it to me, I was like, wow, this is actually really great. And I loved it a lot. It was cool. And Heidi says, Laura, okay, yes, cozy fantasy, thanks. Swank says, nowadays, Ender's Game and Hitchhikers are classics. That is true. Yes, I definitely think of Douglas Adams and Orson Scott Card as being like classic sci-fi for today. But I also feel like science fiction, because of the nature of science and how quickly we're moving through things, it feels like sci-fi kind of moves in that same direction. Like as we become more technologically advanced, like classic sci-fi feels so antiquated because of like they couldn't even conceptualize like 50 years ago of stuff that we would have today. And so it seems funny to go back and read that stuff and be like, oh, they had no idea what was coming, right? But it really wasn't that long ago. And that's not really a classic, but it feels like it for some reason. I don't know. It's funny. That doesn't necessarily apply to like Ender's Game or Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, because Hitchhiker's Guide is set like it's technically set nowadays, but with tech that is far far beyond anything that we have access to now. And then Ender's Game is, I think, isn't Ender's Game set in the future? I don't actually know what year it's set in, but it feels like it's set in a future year, and it wasn't meant to be kind of like a today thing. And Kat says, Heidi, the spell shop is not like that book I read in February, the games gods play. And Nicole said, tell me your favorite genre and tropes, and I'll find you a classic. Oh, put me on the spot like that. That's hard. Well, you know that I like sci-fi, but I want to pick something different. I don't want to do sci-fi because I have so many sci-fi classics as it is. See, I'm that person that's also tempted to say like, "Oh, historical fiction," because I read a lot of historical fiction, but I kind of I'll give you a challenge because I don't want it to be like Lord of the Rings or like one that's really really famous and like made into a movie and everybody's read it. So I'm going to go with fantasy and tropes. I want it to be I don't know, can it be more like magical realism that's still part of the genre? Um, about uh, children. I'm trying to. I feel like I'm gonna end up like describing The Secret Garden or something, even though I haven't read it yet. Or the Chronicles of Narnia. I don't know. Children in a magical world. They meet interesting creatures and like have some type of adventure. That's going to be what I tell you. And see, I want to see what you come up with that isn't one of the things that I named. And Magnolia says, cozy fantasy sounds so good. That is Emily Wilde's as well. Awesome. And Nicole said, we were taught the Western canon, so that's how it goes. Yeah, 100%. Zach says, I wouldn't say Spell Shop as romantasy, even the clean ones are different. Yeah. I don't know. I have a hard time judging what somebody would consider to be romantasy and what isn't. Again, that's why I gave the caveat of like, well, it's not sexy, right? It's not a spicy book. So if it has to be spicy in order to be a romantasy, then it's not a romantasy. It absolutely is cozy fantasy, but it has a romance in it. So I don't know. This is not the typical thing that I read, so trying to describe perfectly, like, what genre it is or, what category it falls into, other people would probably be better suited than me. And Kat says the spell shop is considered cottagecore. Okay, yeah, good. There's another one. Heidi says, Nicole, found family trope fantasy. Oh, yeah, I love a found family. Love me a found family. Faye says, fighting the good fight, Nicole. Yes, about teaching about classics. Absolutely. I can trust Nicole to tell me about classics. She is well versed. And Laura says, one sci fi classic is RUR, a play by Czech writer Karel Capek. It has the first use of the word robot. Oh, I know of that because people talk about, robot. That's cool. And Talcana said, I'd read more classics if somebody would modify them like Pride and Prejudice and Zombies. That's fair. I respect that. And Magnolia said, oh, by the way, wanna all wish you already a happy Easter before I forget. Oh, well, thank you very much. And happy Easter to you too. And Teresa says, on Goodreads, I have a classic shelf and I put all my old books in there, even though I know not all old books are classics. And Zach says, the book for Phantom is better, but I like the play. All right. And Nicole says, Heidi, Peter Pan, Oz series, Never Ending Story. Oh, I've heard of Never Ending Story. I didn't know Never Ending Story was a classic. And Swank says, yes, future. And Nicole says, dinner time will get you an answer in next chat. No worries. I like spewed random nonsense. So if you end up getting something useful out of that, that's great. being put on the spot for tropes is something that I find very difficult to do because it's like when Heidi's like found family, it's like, yes, I love that one. It's hard for me to think of like tropes for some reason off the top of my head. I don't know why. And Chris said, would you ever do a year where you only read genres of books that you never read? A whole year, like where I could only read those books? Probably not. Because going a year without reading any sci-fi and fantasy would kill my soul. Like I would probably be in a horrible reading slump to even attempt that. And to be fair, most genres I do read. I would say. So like like romantasy is a subcategory of fantasy, right? So I might not read a lot of like romance fantasy, but I read a lot of fantasy. I don't generally read it like just standard romance though. So like that would be a genre I don't really read. I don't typically, pick up classics, but as Nicole said, like if that's not a genre, then that wouldn't count. I mean, gosh, I love historical fiction. I like mysteries and thrillers. I love horror. I'm trying to think. It's like what genres really that I don't read. I don't know, but that would not be fun. And Heidi said, Nicole, I will have to read all those three. And Zach says, also, if you ever tried Jules Verne, do not read an old translation. They were translated very poorly for children back then, and they're awful. William Butcher is my favorite Verne translator. So the only Verne book, I'm trying to think, the only Verne book that I've read so far is Journey to the Center of the Earth. I have not read, is it 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea? I always get the number wrong for some reason. It's so stupid. I always get the number wrong, but I always get the Leagues Under the Sea. Or I haven't read the Leagues Under the Sea book yet. I'm trying to think of anything else by him that comes off the top of my head. Because that's weird. I feel like I've read one other book by him, but I can't think of what it would be. But yeah, I've read the H.G. Wells, some H.G. Wells, and I think he's fun. So Verne, to me, is a little bit difficult to read, but I think that makes sense probably why is because of the translations that I was reading. And Swank says it was A War with Bugs is really good, a coming of age in space. Okay, cool. I like that. And Magnolia says, I'm thinking about The Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe on your description. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm like, I feel like as I'm describing tropes, I'm like, my brain's pulling particular books that remind me or describe what I was talking about. So I don't know. That's hard. And Kat says, I adore The Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe. Favorite book ever. I do need to read them. I have never read any of the Narnia books. And Zach says, have to stay for the classics chat. Oh, thanks. And Magnolia said, we read it for English class way, way back. I swear we didn't read a lot of really fun stuff when I was in school. Like, I wish we had. It probably would have made like venturing out with books more fun. Because for a long time, I think I told you all when I was in school, the only books I was really reading were the ones that were required for school because I just didn't really have the energy to read anything else. I didn't like what we were required to read. And so then all of a sudden my reading like really took off when I was out of school and I was able to get a job and I wasn't required to read anything. It was just all for pleasure after that. And all of a sudden I found things that I had never read before or cared about. And all of a sudden they were like the best thing since sliced bread. And, where I think school should kind of like nurture that desire to explore and find what it is you like. In my education, it was definitely you will read these things because they're good and they're good because we tell you that they are. And that's probably another reason why I haven't typically liked classics is because if I read a classic and then I didn't really like it, but somebody told me I was supposed to because somebody else decided that it was worthwhile, that also doesn't make you feel very good. I had that experience with Shakespeare, unfortunately, and haven't haven't ever quite recovered from that. And Teresa says, Alex, have you ever watched the new Zoo review? No, I have no idea what that is. And Heidi says, ACOTAR is my sample of romantasy. Human girl meets fairy man. Yes, ACOTAR and Fourth Wing is a romantasy. I'm trying to think of, I mean, it's not romance. Is the Ice Planet Barbarians? I know that's a romance. Is that technically like a sci fantasy romance? I don't know what that's considered. I have not read that. And Swing says, I looked on Kindle. All right. You said it says romantasy on Kindle. So wait, so the Spell Shop says romantasy on Kindle? Can you clarify, Swank? And Telkana says, I didn't know Neverending Story was a book. Yeah, I didn't either. And Jamie says, hello, done with work for the week. Woo! Yay! Happy to hear that. That's also awesome. Also, it is getting like super dark in here. 1 second. There we go. I had to turn on an extra lamp. And Faye says, Neverending Story was written in the 70s. Okay. And Teresa says, Alex, have you read Robert L. Stevenson or Kipling? No, I have not. And Zach says, I'm currently reading two dirty romances, The Dragon's Rose by Toddy B. Alvarez and Sea Witch and The Mermaid by Rosaline Spencer, Little Mermaid Smut. Both are good. Awesome. Yeah, I know that you enjoy reading the smut, Zach. And that wasn't me judging. I'm just saying, I know you like to read it. And Magnolia says that was the only book that was a must to read. For the rest of the school time, we could just pick our own books, which was awesome. Oh my God. I can't even imagine that. Ours wasn't anything even remotely close. And Kat says, I feel fortunate that my required reading in school was enjoyable. I also enjoyed reading the books both my boys were reading in school. I think I enjoyed their books more than they did. Yeah, I mean, that would be fun as an adult to be able to pick up the books that your kids are reading and be able to have a discussion with them and everything. My teachers, you know, like, so, okay, so I'll try to give an example. I can think off the top of my head one book for a class that I was required to read that I ended up really enjoying. And that was LMNOP, which is an epistolary novel. And it was my second epistolary novel that I'd ever read. And that was how another reason I was able to discover that I love novels that are written entirely in letters between the characters. And so LMNOP was great. And I read that it was for like an honors English class, and that was my summer homework. So that was like the first summer reading book I ever had for school where I was like, oh my gosh, this is like so much fun. All my other books that I can recall off the top of my head that I liked, that I read when I was in school, that were I'm going to put in air quotes required reading. And the reason I put in air quotes is because I joined a book club, where we're reading things that, yeah, they're telling us what to read, but they're outside of the regular list. So books that I liked from that: Flowers for Algernon. I read Ender's Game, which, funny enough, at the time I did not finish. Because I wasn't yet actually interested in sci-fi. So for me at the time, I was like, I didn't really like this so much. But like looking back on it, I was like, actually, that was a good story, and I need to go back and reread it again so I can like feel like I fully appreciated it. But the book that meant the most to me for years that came out of that book club was the Guernsey Literary and Potato Peel Pie Society, and that book was the one that was like the book that sparked my love for epistolary novels. And then because I read LMNOP after that. And it's funny because I say that I don't read romance, and Guernsey is a romance, but it's very much like this, where it's like, it's soft, it's cozy, it's gentle. There's no physicality to the romance whatsoever. It's all emotional. And I just like adore that book, even to this day, with my whole heart. Guernsey Literary and Potato Peel Pie Society, I would recommend it to people. And so I guess that's a plus, is like when I go back and I think about my education and I think about the books I read that meant a lot to me, those are books that I think of, but they weren't what I had to write papers on. And that's the key thing, is like they weren't the books that I had to analyze, because the books I had to analyze were not fun. And Teresa said, look up the New Zoo review. It was one of my childhood faves, and I think you would get a kick out of it. Okay, let me take a look here. The New Zoo review. Oh, that's adorable. Oh, their costumes. So it was a TV show from 1972. That is so funny. Thank you for the recommendation. Swank said, love that show. Kat says, and Andrew enjoyed his book more than Barry Jr. If Barry had a choice, he always chose the shortest book. And Angela said, I read all the books in the Chronicles of Narnia in January. I loved it so much. I remember you reading those. That's awesome. Zach says, Ice Planet Barbarians is smut, but you could call it romance sci-fi. Romance sci-fi. Okay. Teresa says, I think Kipling and Stevenson are two classic authors you might like. All right. Thank you. Swank says, yes, it said that it is. I don't do romance, so I passed on it. That's fair, Swank. I understand. And Cass says, Angela, I haven't read the entire series because I keep reading The Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe. Laura says, I only enjoy reading classics when I read them because I want to, not because I'm forced to. And I think that's the crux of it pretty much with any book. It's funny that you say that, because I was thinking about this with all my hobbies, with everything that I do. The second somebody tells me that I have to do something, all motivation flies out the window. I don't want to do it anymore. And it's not because I have something where like, I'm trying to rail against authority, or I just don't want to listen to anybody. That's not it at all. I like choice. because if I can choose to do something, that makes it more pleasurable. And I was thinking about that activity because I was doing an activity that I don't normally do, which is that, I ordered that paint by numbers. I was sitting and I was working on this, and it is extremely tedious. There's like many, many tiny details. I have 24 colors of paint, and I'm going through and I'm filling in stuff. And I just had this thought of like, if somebody told me I had to do this, I probably would still have like a semblance of enjoyment because it's a creative endeavor, but I wouldn't get the satisfaction of being able to complete it for fun. And I think that that's important. Zach says those two are romanticy, but I don't know how to pluralize it. Romantices or romanticy? Yeah, I don't know. Also, romance sci-fi doesn't quite roll off the tongue the same way romanticy does. Man, they really took that and they use that in their marketing. It's a good marketing word. Robert said, Alex, this is how you lose the time war, epistolary heaven. Guess what? I read it, Robert, and I really enjoyed it. And Zach says, a great epistolary classic, Address Unknown by Catherine Cressman Taylor. And my favorite classic romance is The Tenant of Wildfell Hall by Anne Bronte. 3 books of all time. Great epistolary classic, Address Unknown. Okay. And then your favorite classic romance, Tenant of Wildfell Hall. All right. Perfect. Thank you. I'm actually going to look up that really quick. Address Unknown. I want to see if I've seen this this cover, and I have not. I have never seen the cover of Address Unknown, for anybody who was curious. So that's very interesting. And I have heard of Tenant of Wildfell Hall, because I've of course heard of the Bronte sisters, though the only one who I've read is Elizabeth Bronte's the one who wrote Jane Eyre, right? Because I read Jane Eyre, and I did read that voluntarily when I was in high school, and it's surprising I loved it so much because that book is so sad. And Angela says, I used to watch the New Zoo review with my little brother. Good memories. And Faye said, you definitely don't have to like every classic. That's pretty much impossible for anyone. I love reading classics, but I openly hate some of them. Yeah. And I know that we always come back to that ultimately whenever we have these discussions, because it's going to, so you all are going to have to be patient with me if you want me to expand into classics, because that's just going to be something that takes me a lot of time. And I know that. So I'll probably have this feeling for a while, but I promise to work on it. And Swank says Poe's works are classics and Mary Shelley. Yes. Oh, okay. So I was required reading was Frankenstein when I was in school, but yet another example of a book that when I read it, I didn't appreciate it because I don't feel like I truly grasped what was going on. Okay. When I was in school, I cared a lot about school. I did well, and I was good at writing papers and all of that stuff, but there was something with my attention span where like we had to, you have to read these books and you have to write papers about them and you have to analyze them. And I feel like I was not good at analyzing books that I was given as required reading in school. And that makes me feel, again, like it's like, was I too dumb to get it? And it's like, no, I know that I wasn't stupid when I was in school. I did well in like my reading comprehension was the highest of all of my scores for anything. So it's like, I know that I understood what I was reading. I think at the time I just didn't really care. And that's why I don't remember any of it. And I hate that. And Heidi says, in college, I took an English lit class, just Thomas Hardy and D.H. Lawrence. It was a tough go when you had to write a paper. That does not sound fun at all. And Angela said, Kat, there's so much more to the story. I think you would love reading the other books. They're quick reads too. And Faye says, Charlotte Bronte, thank you. And Magnolia says, whenever you read this, I will go after that heading to bed, maybe a little read before going to sleep. So bye-bye. Bye-bye, Magnolia. Hope you have a wonderful weekend. And Zach says, great clean romanticises, The Mermaid, the Witch, and the Sea by Maggie Takuta Hall. Tig Midnight Girls by Alicia Jasinska. And The Witch's Heart by Genevieve Gornichek. Cleanish. Okay, thank you for that, Zach, because I probably would be interested in looking at those. And Heidi says, I want you to expand into fantasy. Black Tongue is probably dusty. It actually has a very prominent place up on my wall, Heidi. It is, I see it every single day when I come in here. And I believe me, I think about it a lot because it's staring me down. Angela says, The Tenet of Wildfell Hall is my second most favorite book of all time. Whoa! Anne is my girl. I read all of the Bronte books and a book club in 2023. Oh, you read all of them. That's so cool. And Kat says, Angela, I must make it a priority. Yeah, let me just go ahead and so I don't forget, because you all always provide such amazing recommendations and I always get so many of them. I have to write them down. Okay, there we go. If I can type. Oh, that's a cool cover too. I like that her face is just blanked out. That's funny. All right, and then address unknown. All right, there we go. Now I will not forget. Zach says the Tenet of Wildfell Hall is also partially epistolary. Oh, nice. Okay. That does, believe it or not, saying anything is epistolary automatically makes me more inclined to think I'll like it. Though not all epistolary novels are made equal. Where'd You Go, Bernadette is an epistolary novel, and that does not go anywhere near the Guernsey Literary and Potato Pie Society. And Medium John Silver's here. Hello, good to see you. And he says, my reading class in high school was Reader's Choice. I focused on sci-fi. They really should have done that for us in school. I have no idea. I can guarantee you that I would have been reading historical fiction because back then that was pretty much the only genre that I read. I really expanded when I became an adult into reading like all these other genres, but I read a ton of historical fiction when I was growing up. I don't know why. That was my thing. Zach says, and I meant Tenet is top 3 of all time. Oh, got you. Okay, got you. And Kat says, I'm picky about the classics I read because they are a time commitment for me. Well, especially if you're going to read something like The Count of Monte Cristo. I didn't get to it last year. There is a big part of me that wants to get to The Count of Monte Cristo this year. I can't promise, but if I read any classic this year that is a chunk, it's going to be that one. And Angela said, Kat, do it. Yay, go. And Zach says, sorry for crappy typing. The Midnight Girls by Alicia Jasinska. The Witch's Heart by Genevieve Gornichek. No worries. I got you. And Faye says, I grew up loving classics, looked forward to having to read some in high school, wasn't assigned any. Look forward to studying them in uni, but most of my courses assign modern books. Irony. How funny. Ho, ho, ho. And Kat says, I'm also reading Imaginary Friend for the Large Marge trophy and really enjoying it. I'm glad that you are because I want to get to that at some point. And hello, Nicole. Nicole says, have you been talking classics this whole time? I will be watching this back. We've been talking about a variety of things, mostly like basically how I got to where I'm at with my reading, and everybody providing really great input and suggestions and stuff. So thank you. And Faye said, do it, Alex, do it. Talking about it, The Count of Monte Cristo. I know. And so that you might be asking why I would pick that one, given the fact it's huge. And it's like, that would be really daunting. One of the reasons is just because you all have told me how wonderful it is. So it makes me inclined to think that I probably would really enjoy it. That's my hope. But 2 is because despite the fact that it's so big, that is one of the classics I actually have digitally. So I know that it's not going to feel like such a strain to read it. Like when I go and I've read 10 pages, I'm not going to be looking at it and being like, oh my God, I've read like, this much of, this big of a book. I can feel like I'm making steady progress. And that's nice sometimes. And Jamie says, I read Count of Monte Cristo in high school and loved it. I feel like I should read it again. Well, if I do get to it this year, Jamie, I'll let you know, and maybe we can read it at the same time. And Nicole said, oh my God, yes, The Count. Faye said, no, it's actually a great gateway classic. All right, that's awesome. Woo, you all let me gab at you for a super long time. I will get us set up for our next sprint here, and I'll give you all your next question. You're gonna you all are gonna hate me. You're gonna hate me for these. They're so stupid, but my brain today is cursed. Don't ask any questions. So my next question is: would you rather wear deodorant that makes you smell like a pickle, or use shampoo that tingles like flaming hot Cheetos? I don't know what is wrong with me today. Oh. And Kat said, Faye, my experience with classics in school is the opposite of yours. We read lots of classics in high school and college, and I enjoyed all of them. I also picked up some of my own too. That's great. And Nicole said, I agree, Faye. It's serialized, so it's meant to be picked up and put down in smaller chunks. Okay, that's nice too. Medium John Silver says, I want to read Count someday since my favorite themes are escape and self-transformation. That's perfect. And Robert said 45. Well, that's what we're doing, Robert. And Jamie says, sounds great. Let me know. And Nicole said, by the way, while traveling last week, we found dill pickle taffy. I 100% would have tried that, iffy if I would have liked it, but I have had dill pickle popcorn, and I got to tell you, it's pretty good. And Angela said, in our high school, we were required to take 1 year of American Lit and 1 year of English Lit in order to graduate. Oh, yeah, we didn't have that. For us, we could be in pretty much any English classes that we wanted, at like if you were willing to do like AP courses, for example. So like they had different, specific things like English Lit, American Lit, and things like that if you wanted to be an AP. If you were just in regular English, there were only two options. You had your base class and you had advanced, like honors English. And I took a lot of AP courses when I was in high school, but I did not do any AP English. But I did do the advanced English classes because I liked those. I was afraid that the AP English classes would make me just hate everything that I was reading, and I didn't need that. And Faye said, Cat, Uber Christian schooling, we only read biographies about missionaries and stuff. I was so bored and disappointed. That does sound really boring and disappointing. Cat says, sounds like torture. Yeah, it does. And Faye says, you have a twisted mind, Alex. Only on days like today. Most of the time, I am ambiguously normal. Not really. Ask Keaton. And Jamie says, same here, Angela. Oh, and Swank's our first answer, so I will not read it out yet. I will go ahead and get us started on our next sprint. So I got another 45. I'm going to read as much of the spell shop as I can because I am liking where I'm at right now. I think it's cute. So I will be back. See you all in a little bit. Happy reading. All right, everybody, come on back. Let me know how you did. I made it to page 249. So in the time since we started sprints tonight, I've read almost 50 pages, which makes me very happy. I'm right on track with my goal tonight. All right. And before we left, I asked you all an incredibly unhinged question, which is, would you rather wear deodorant that makes you smell like a pickle or use shampoo that tingles like Flaming Hot Cheetos? And I'm going to tell you right now that my answer is Flaming Hot Cheeto shampoo, because I also feel like that would smell awesome. And Swank was the first answer and said pickle deodorant as long as they're kosher. I like that. Talkana said, fun chat. Happy spreads, y'all. Yeah, it was great to see you. Thank you for coming. And Faye said, I'll go with smelling like a pickle. I'm cool with people not wanting to come near me. And Teresa says, Frankenstein is one of my favorite books of all time. That's awesome. Tokana said, I'm very glad the ice cream did not taste like mayo. Yes, 100%. Nicole said, okay, so Fantasy, Magic, Children, and Adventure, Peter Pan is not like the movie, The Last Unicorn, or Five Children, and It. Okay, I of those, the one that I have wanted to read, so it's really cool that it ended up on this list, is The Last Unicorn. Though I did not know that Peter Pan is nothing like the movie. So that's good to know too. And I've never heard of Five Children in It. So thank you, Nicole. I really appreciate you. And you said fantasy tends to lead to children's fiction and classics, but those are good options. Yeah, that makes sense. Jamie said, I'll definitely opt for smelling like a pickle over a burning scalp. Besides, I love pickles. Yes, I love pickles too. Laura said, I love pickles, but I don't want to smell like them spicy shampoo it is. And Kat said, I'd rather smell like a pickle than experience a painful shampoo. I said tingle, not burn. I didn't say it would hurt. It would just, be spicy for a second. Laura said, anyway, bye, going to sleep. Well, have a wonderful weekend. Thank you for coming. Robert said, Flaming Hot Cheeto shampoo for the tingle. And Emily said, I'll take the shampoo. I do not like pickles and would not want to have to wear perfume cologne to mask the smell. Very fair. And plus, I imagine if it smells like pickle, it probably, hopefully, wouldn't be made with vinegar. But if it was, that also probably wouldn't feel very good on the skin. Denise said, hot Cheeto shampoo. Don't mind the tingle. Pureology is one of my favorite shampoos. It has a minty tingle to it. Also would not want to smell like a pickle. Yeah, so my shampoo that I use is like that tea tree stuff. So every day when I wash my hair, my head is like fully minty. So I'm really used to that. I mean, it would be a different kind of tingle, but I feel like I would be able to adapt to that. Plus, Flaming Hot Cheetos are like one of my favorite things, and I don't get to eat them all that often. Actually, Keaton, I had no idea. He like opened my brain, like blew my mind today. He brought home a bag of baked Flaming Hot Cheetos. I didn't even realize they made a baked version of them. They don't taste the same, but they're still good. Heidi said, happy hour with Mets. Woohoo! No mojito, though, just beer. I imagine smelling like a pickle is better than a tingling scalp. I didn't say that the tingling lasted all day, just while you're using the shampoo. And Nicole said, made it to page 18. Awesome. Medium John Silver says, tingly shampoo. I can't stand pickles. Not on hamburgers, not even beside my sandwich. Just get the pickles away. Meanwhile, I'm the one that, like, if anybody ever has a pickle spear left over, I'm like, you gonna eat that? And Nicole said, smell like a pickle. And Swank says, I've been watching YouTube. Nice. And Faye said, I read 27 pages. And Jamie said, finish Act 2 of The Hitchcock Hotel. I want to read that. That was actually in the running for books that Kat and I were considering picking for this year's book club. But we didn't because neither of us owned a copy of it already. So she picked 3 books and I picked 3 books. And each of us got to pick 3 books that we already owned, which was nice. So then we only had to get half of them. And you also said, switched to my audiobook of The Maltese Falcon and read a chapter. Very nice. And Talcana said, 41 pages of Castle in the Air. I vote Cheeto shampoo. Yes. Medium John Silver said, I'm reading The Polar Treasure, a Doc Savage adventure from 1933. Michael K. Vaughan's Doc Savage pick for April. Oh, Very nice. And Denise said, I missed the last chat, went for a walk in the park, stopped at Subway, eating now. Well, that's a great reason to miss a sprint and to miss a chat. If I had had more time today, I definitely would have wanted to go out hiking because the weather was so perfect. But between work and then when I got home, I really wanted, Keaton and I to be able to, or when he got home, I should say, really wanted Keaton and I to be able to go out and get like some food and just spend some time together. And so we enjoyed the weather, just going out for a drive. And by the time we got back, I like immediately had to jump on sprints. So it's a bummer that it looks like it's going to be raining, if not the whole weekend, at least part of the weekend. So my hope is that like maybe next week, if there's some breaks, I'll be able to go and take a hike. But chances are it's probably not, because on Tuesday, I am traveling to a different location to, I'm actually going to be in a work video. And so I'm going to be hosting the video because of my experience with being on YouTube. So I'm going to be doing that, and I'll be in an interview, or I'm going to be doing the interview with one of our employees, which is really cool. And so like Tuesday's just fully booked with, doing all of that and travel. So I'll be exhausted by the time that I get home. Monday, I have like leadership coming in. So I've got that going on. So I don't know how I'll feel in the evening. And then Thursday is when we have our book club, and I have a hair appointment and everything. So I'm like, I don't know if I'm going to have like really any time this week after work, but we will see. And Angela said, I just read Peter Pan for middle grade March. It's definitely different from the movie. It's so much better. Yeah, read Peter Pan, Alex. Okay, so that's nice that it's better than the movie. It was Peter Pan as the movie, like the movie version, was never one of my favorites when I was growing up. I always thought it was fine, but I wasn't like a fan. And Swank says, love Doc Savage. And Kat says, tingle could lead to burning. I have a sensitive scalp. That's fair. In my mind, the shampoo is setting my head on fire like Ghost Rider. The imagination. Oh, that's funny. And Kat says, I did not read. I took my 6 sad April picture for old school April and posted on Instagram, did some YouTube admin task, and I ate dinner. Barry made fish with spinach ravioli concoction that was tasty. That sounds awesome. My dinner, I just realized I didn't tell you all, I had shrimp fried rice. Yeah. And Keaton had pho. And I got to taste his and he tried mine, and they were both good. So very happy with our choice because we went to a restaurant we'd never been to before. So it was good. And Kat, I'm going to go and check out your picture as soon as we start the next sprint. And Angela said, Jamie, the Hitchcock Hotel sounds like something I'd enjoy reading. That's what I thought too for myself. And Emily said, Alex, I know you don't share a lot of personal things. I'm curious what you do for work. I can give you like a general idea of what I do. So I work in customer service, and my customers are actually our employees. So it's like kind of an internal job, and I take care of them, and I make sure that they have everything that they need to like be successful in their workday. And I also host events. So I have a very busy job. Yeah, so I would like to think that I'm good at it. I am friends with, a lot of our employees, and that's the main like source of satisfaction that I get from my job is working with our employees. And Kat says, you are busy bee this upcoming week, Alex. I'm on spring break until 4/28. Oh, lucky you. Yeah, no, I am really busy. This entire month has been kind of nuts, to be honest with you, because it's either stuff going on with work or stuff going on in my personal life. So, for example, what I've been dealing with this past week, which I mean, like I've had a variety of things going on, but the biggest thing was Barker had to go in for a teeth cleaning, and he had to have 2 teeth pulled. This was on Tuesday. So I've been, of course, obsessing about his care, making sure he's got like the softest food, only giving him soft treats, making sure he gets his medications on time, making sure that he's not like developing an infection, watching his bathroom habits because anesthesia can mess with their like they're going to the bathroom and everything like that. So, monitoring his exercise levels because he's a like a Jack Russell mix, or he's either a Jack Russell mix or a Rat Terrier mix. We're not entirely sure, but he's got a lot of energy. He loves to go on walks, and so like trying to make sure that he gets exercise without getting him too worked up because we don't want him to get sick or be in pain or have like swelling or anything like that. I know that he's going to be fine, but waiting for that call just for the vet to tell me that everything went well with his procedure was like sitting on pins and needles. It was awful. I hated it. But he is doing very well, and you might have seen him. I don't know if you could have seen him, probably not, but he did walk in a little bit earlier and like come and check in, and then immediately left. And sounded like Keaton took him on a walk. I took him on one earlier, and Keaton just took him on one. So yeah, we're really trying. I get up with him, and I always get up really early because he's super hungry at like 3 and 4 in the morning. So it's a time. It's a time. Jamie says, I'm enjoying it so far, really hoping the author sticks the landing in Act 3. Oh, good. I hope that he does too, or she. I don't know who the author is, but I hope the author does it. And Kat says, I've kept up daily with Six Sad April. I'm going for the old school April trophy. I love it. Kat says, I have 2 doctor's appointments next week, Monday and Wednesday. Oh, good luck, Kat. That's not fun to have 2 of them in 1 week. I hope everything's okay. All right, and I will get us started on our next sprint. I'm really debating here because normally when we get to the 3-hour mark, that's when I start being like, okay, we've only got 2 sprints left. But I talked a lot during one of our chat bits, and so it kind of like ate up time for a sprint. So tell you what, I'm going to do a 45. And then when we come back from that, I'll see kind of how I'm feeling. And then I might either do 1 more or 2 more, and we'll see. So, because we're, like I said, we're almost at that 3-hour mark. So your next question, there we go. You all are going to really hate this one. And that's actually part of the reason why I put it, because even I don't like either of these options, but I thought it was funny because this is a reader's nightmare. Okay, so would you rather wear a hat that says, I can't read, or a shirt that says, I got banned from the library? Don't ask me how I came up with that. I don't know. And Kat says, Sweet Barker, he needs extra hugs. Oh, he's been getting lots of love, I promise. That's actually been the hardest part about going into the office and stuff, is just, me. I sit there all day and I'm thinking like, I got to get home to him. I want to make sure he's okay. And he's been perfectly fine. I have to remind myself of that. Like, I'm probably stressed out more about it than he is, and he's the one who went through it. And Kat says, sounds good. All righty. So I gave you a horrible question. Everybody can just collectively sigh at me tonight. And I'm going to get us our next 45 minutes, and I'll see how much more I can get through of my book. So I'll see you all in a little bit. Bye. All right, everybody, come on back. Let me know how you did. I made it to page 267, so I'm almost there. Very nearly. So, making really, really good progress. And before we left, I asked you all the question, would you rather wear a hat that says I can't read or a shirt that says I got banned from the library? So let's see what you had to say. Also, Kat, I went and looked at your Instagram, and I like what you're doing with your Six Sad April. It's cute. It's really fun. All right. Faye says, I got banned from the library. I just attach an addendum for checking out too many books. Emily says, given my head is not a hat head, me neither. I look terrible on hats. The t-shirt, it is. Also, for how often I'm in a library almost daily, it will be funny and ironic. So that's a fun added layer to picking the shirt. I like that. And Swank says, the shirt that says banned by the library, it will make people wonder. Yeah, I thought the exact same thing. I was like, people will ask questions. Christina says, definitely, I've been banned from the library. It would be a great conversation starter, and I would get to meet a lot of people. I like that. Kat says, I'm going with I got banned from the library. My thought process is that a t-shirt with a banned book on it that has actually been banned from the library. I like that. Okay, that's a good twist. Not what I was thinking, but I like where you took it. Angela says, I'll choose I got banned from the library. I think that would be a great conversation starter. Absolutely. And Tessa Dean says, hello. And hello, Tessa, to you. Happy to see you. She says, I don't wear hats, so I guess it would be the shirt. And Tessa says, I think I am finally over my illness. Woohoo! It took almost 5 months and was rough. I had pneumonia for one thing, and now I have surgery to look forward to. I just can't win. I'm sorry. I mean, I'm so glad that you're feeling better because that's a step in the right direction. You poor thing. Faye says, glad you're feeling better, Tessa. And Denise says, I got banned from the library shirt for sure. That might up my street cred. It definitely makes you sound mysterious or at least mischievous. And Jamie said, how about wearing both so it looks like I can't read because I got banned from the library? I like it. And Teresa says, I think a shirt because wearing a hat that says I can't read might make people who can't might make people who can't feel bad. Or might, I'm not sure exactly what it was you were trying to say, Teresa. I think you were trying to say might make people feel bad or maybe that they would misunderstand. I'm not sure. I definitely think that wearing a hat that says I can't read would be like positively promoting ignorance. And that would bother me way more than anything that's like, oh, I got banned from a library, which is like odd and kind of funny. And Medium John Silver says, I wear a cap saying I can't read while sitting in a subway train and reading the New York Post with my mouth hanging open. I like that. That's great. Great sense of humor. Robert says, I got banned from the library hoodie. Yes. Faye says, just a sec. I have 2 pages left. You got this, Faye. You're going to get it returned just in time. And Nicole said, made it to page 43. Nice. And Talcana said, 33 pages, the shirt. It implies there's a story. Yes. But then the question is going to be, are you actually going to tell them a story? Jamie says, picked up dinner during that sprint. Yummy potato taco with guacamole. Ooh. Is it sweet potato? That sounds good. And continued with the Maltese Falcon. Denise had read 11 pages and did a few chores on page 35. And Nicole says, I got banned from the library. Swank says, Jamie, good one. And Tessa says, thanks, Faye. And Faye said, finished. Woot woot. Yes. Very happy for you. And Nicole said, Teresa, I get what you mean. I'd be worried that people would think I was making fun of those who can't read. Oh, I see what you mean. Okay, yes. That makes a lot of sense. So you were saying it might make people who can't read feel bad. I get you now. Okay. Yes. And Teresa says, people who can't read might feel bad if I wear a hat that says that. Yeah. Though, okay. I swear I'm not trying to sound like a jerk when I say this. If they can't read, they probably can't tell what your hat says. That was a thought that I just had, but I appreciate the sentiment. And Teresa says, exactly, Nicole. All right. So since we're at 3 hours and 45 minutes, I would say I'm still comfortable doing another 45 and a 30. I think that we'll be just fine on time. We'll probably be right around the 5 hour mark, but I feel good about that. And Tessa says, I've been listening to revenge stories on YouTube. I haven't felt like writing lately. I understand. Got to do what keeps you entertained and feeling happy. Swank says, but if they can't read how, that's what I said. And Nicole says, I was thinking that anyone who can read might think I'm making fun of those who are illiterate. Oh, yeah. Okay. I get you. I'm with you. Teresa says, true, Alex. I didn't think of that. But I like what Nicole was saying too, though. It's like, yeah, you don't want to come across as being insensitive. And Nicole said, I'm a big fan of literacy programs, and I would wonder about someone with that hat. Yeah, I absolutely would too. And it definitely comes across as like you're trying to make a joke about something that shouldn't be a joke. So yeah, I appreciate that everybody uniformly pretty much had the same, answer, except for Medium John Silver, who was like gonna tease about not being able to read on the subway. But yeah, I think most of us would go with the shirt. All right. So since we're down to the last two sprints, I am going to give us our second to last question, which is one that I ask every week. And that is, what is something you've learned over the last week that was interesting? The key is always that it just has to be interesting to you. It doesn't matter if it's interesting to anybody else, but I will probably find it interesting regardless. So definitely let me know. And that means that we're going to do a 45-minute sprint and a 30-minute sprint, and we will end on the 30-minute sprint. So I will go ahead and get us started with our next 45, and it's officially time for me to close my window because it is dark outside. So I will get us going here. I will get my 70 pages done. Very happy, very excited. I've been able to lock in tonight, which feels really good. And yeah, we'll see what I end up doing with the rest of the time. So see you all in a little bit. Bye. All right, everybody, come on back. Let me know how you did. I made it to page 280. So I've made 80 pages of progress tonight and feeling really good about that. I'm officially under the 100-page mark until the end of the spell shop. So rocking out. Very excited. Now, before we left, I asked you all the question, what is something you learned over the last week that was interesting? And let's see what you all had to say. Let's see. Swank says an octopus has blue. An octopus has blue. Has blue like as a hue that they can turn? Is that what you mean, Swank? And Faye says, I learned about different ways to hold a violin. My bad shoulder was struggling with the side hold, but I found that in India it's customary to hold it pointed down, so I'm doing that instead. Oh, that's great. I'm glad that you can find a way that is more accommodating for you. And Denise said, in the 1200 linen fiber from worn out underwear was, oh, sorry. In the 1200s, linen fiber from worn out underwear was used to make one of the first forms of paper. Just learned that from the book I'm reading now. Oh, that's cool. And honestly, makes a lot of sense because we used to use like skin and everything. So it would make sense that we would use fabric as well. And Faye says, I don't know what to read next. Should I go with funny thriller, mysterious, literary, or inspiring biography? I'm going to go with, it's tied for me between funny thriller and mysterious literary. You know what? Go with funny thriller. Have some whimsy. And Elena's here. Hi, Elena. Good to see you. And Elena says, good evening, Alex, and good evening to you. Angela says, I learned that Queen Elizabeth II was a trained mechanic. Truck repair was her major focus. Really? That's so cool. I love that. Elena said, I am reading Fair and Tender Ladies by Lee Smith. Wonderful. And Faye said, Angela, oh yes, in World War II. Medium John Silver said, I learned that the screaming goat meme actually shows a sheep screaming, discussed in a video from the Odd Ones Out. That's funny. And yeah, that seems to track. And Christina's here. Hi, Christina. Christina says, hi, Alex. YouTube is giving me troubles today. No, you were having troubles before. I'm sorry. Wanted to show some love. Thank you. Reading Rock, Paper, Scissors and working on a blanket. Yay! That's great. So remember to hydrate, have a snack, check the laundry, take your meds, stretch, and show some love to the like button. Also, make sure you sub and ring the bell so you hopefully get notified. Thank you very much. Actually reminds me that I need to take some medicine. And Median John Silver said, I also learned that my dermatologist's surgery on my nose removed the carcinoma. Stitches come out in 2 weeks. Yay! That's good. Skin cancer is no joke, so I'm really glad that you got that taken care of. That's wonderful. And Emily said, another third into the book, even though I'm only getting the overall themes, the story of this family and the generations is intriguing and captivating. We'll move to One Piece for the last sprint. Awesome. Nicole said, page 67. And Tokana said, 44 pages. Almost done. Woohoo! And Stormy, hi, Stormy. Good to see you. And Stormy says, hi, everyone. Denise said, read 18 pages on page 53. Enjoying this book and learning a lot so far. Awesome. Faye says, thanks, Alex. Things Go Flying by Shari Lapana it is. That is a great name for a book, too. Things Go Flying. That's fun. Teresa says, what's the inspiring bio? I do wonder about that. Yes. What is it? And Jamie says, I learned that there was a film adaptation of The Maltese Falcon prior to the well-known one starring Humphrey Bogart. Oh, amazing how some of those get buried, right? When they're like the older versions and then a newer one comes along that becomes super popular. So that's really cool. That is awesome. I have come up with like 2 different things I want to tell you all. And unfortunately, for whatever reason, my brain keeps forgetting like my interesting fact I want to tell you. I had a really good one and now I can't remember what it is. So I'm going to tell you another one that I learned. I don't think maybe I mentioned this last time. I hope I didn't. Did you all know that A penguin egg, if you were to hard boil it, the whites that usually exist in a chicken egg are actually clear. And you can look up a picture of it. It's like this like huge, like super yellow, kind of orangey colored yolk and like a clear meat over it. It's wild. I didn't even know there were species of penguin that you could eat their eggs legally. So, yeah, that was interesting. I wouldn't want to eat one, but you can. Christina says, "Hi, Nicole." Angela says, "That was so cool to discover." Christina says, "Hi, Stormy." And Stormy says, "Hi, Christina." Christina says, "I got 5 of 12 squares attached so far and got to 25%. Great job. That's awesome." And Faye says, "Teresa, the meaning of Mariah Carey." All right. And Jamie said, "I continued the Maltese Falcon and only have 4 pages left." Nice. Christina says, "Yeah, YouTube keeps saying video unavailable and making me refresh a bunch of times before I can see the video part. I can see the chat though." That's really weird. That's so strange. Teresa says, "Faye, yeah, I would stick with the funny one." And Nicole said, "Hi, Christina." And Robert said, "Alex, I'm going to write that down." Forgets to write it down. Yeah, I hate it when I do that. But I'm usually good with you all. Like when you tell me something and I'll write it or I'll save it somewhere. I have a ton of notes about stuff that you all have told me. But for whatever reason, for my own thing I want to share, a lot of times I just can't. I just can't remember. And I have written stuff down before and then I forget where I put the note. So then I just didn't, I couldn't share it because I didn't remember where I put it. Silly stuff like that. it's, it's so dumb. Oh, and Jamie says, "That's really interesting, Alex. Weird." Okay, good. Then I haven't shared that already. That makes me happy. Denise says, "Nicole, how are you liking The Bee Sting? I have that one, but have not gotten around to reading it." I've heard of that book, but I don't know anything about it. I don't know how people really feel about it. I mean, it sounds like generally from everybody on here who's talked to, they've either read it or want to read it. So must be pretty well regarded. But yeah, I don't know anything about the plot. So hope that those of you who intend to read it end up liking it. I hope it's awesome. And that means that we're also going to head in to our last sprint of the evening, which I'm going to adjust to 30 minutes. So we are going to go over on time just because I was gabbing earlier, but we were having a good time. Having a good time, having a good time. All right. So I got that adjusted, and that also means that I need to give you all your last question of the evening, which is going to be the one I also ask every week, and that is what is one thing you've accomplished over the last week that you're proud of? It could be big, it could be small, it could be something you did 5 minutes ago, or something that you did right after sprints last Friday. Just let me know. I want to hear about it. And Nicole said, "So far, so interesting." Good. That's awesome. It means Robert gave a good recommendation. Teresa says, "I'm heading out on an evening walk. Hope to make it back." All right. Well, enjoy your walk and stay safe out there. And I will go ahead and get us started here. I have not read any of Wild tonight at all. And honestly, I'm not mad about it. So I'm at chapter 28. If anybody wants to know, I know I said 280, but that's chapter 28. I don't think I'm going to be able to complete another chapter in the time for this sprint, but we'll see. My brain's definitely starting to get tired, but I'm going to do my best. I had a little ice cream, got rejuvenated, and I will see you all in a little bit. Bye. All right, everybody, come on back. Let me know how you did. I made it to page 288, which means that while my goal to read tonight was 70 pages, I read 88 pages. So feeling pretty good about that. Feeling very accomplished. So I'm just going to go ahead and say that's going to be the thing that I'm most proud of, is that I am on track and not scrambling to finish my my book club book this month, where I feel like I was doing that last month. So that makes me happy. There's other things I'm proud of too, but I want to keep mine simple right now. And I'm going to go back and see what was the thing that you accomplished over the last week that you were proud of. Let's see. Elena says, I went to the library bookstore and got 5 books for $10. Very nice. Faye says, I calculated the top 100 Canadian books of all time. Kanye voice of Kanye voice of all time. And Nicole said, okay, turning into a pumpkin. Thanks for the sprints. Thanks for coming, Nicole. It was great to see you. Night all. Night to you too. Jamie said, finish the Maltese Falcon. Yay. Woohoo. Swing says, sorry, not here right now, but leave a message and I'll return your call. An octopus has blue blood. Okay, I got you. Yeah, I have heard that before, but I forgot. So thank you for reminding me. Jamie said, I made some stuffed animals for my grandkids for Easter. That's wonderful. I love that so much. I didn't even know that you had grandkids, Jamie. That's really nice. He said, I was also able to pull together some donation items for a group that works with homeless kids on Skid Row in LA. I had some craft items and baskets they will use for their Easter event. That's beautiful, Jamie. I love that. Thank you for doing that. Medium John Silver says, I finally read The Secret Sharer and Other Stories by Joseph Conrad, a book that I've had on my shelves for 50 years unread. Good see stories. Well, I'm glad that after having that for so long that you ended up liking them, because what a shame it would have been if you had waited 50 years just to be disappointed. And Swank says, I dealt with some issues and got rid of some mental baggage. Feel much lighter. That's awesome. Good for you, tackling your issues. And Elena said, 76 pages in and finished part 1, and now the second part. I will not be able to finish it tonight. That is okay. Great job on doing your 76 pages. Kat says, I'm proud of getting my announcement video filmed. Woo! It was a busy week. Good job, Kat. Proud of you. And Elena said, I will finish it tomorrow morning when I get up early at 3:45 a.m. in the morning. Oh my goodness, that is very early. Tokana said, done. Castle in the Air was a solid meh. Oh, I'm sorry. I mean, meh is still better than hating it. So, I'll always take a meh. Trying to figure out which way I'm supposed to push my bangs. There we go. And Angela said, I read and annotated 44 pages in Persuasion. Nice. That's awesome. The vanity of these characters is beyond comparison. Ugh, thanks for the sprint tonight, Alex. You're very welcome, Angela, and thank you for coming as always. And happy Easter to you. Robert said, ShopRite sells loaves of bread at a discount, upcoming sell by date, and I buy it and toss it to the birds hanging out in the parking lot. Oh, I bet you they love that. I always keep seed in a couple bird feeders up on my porch, and it just makes me feel good to always see them fluttering around, especially since I have a pair of doves that come back every single year, and there's this nest that they built. It's right underneath the roof awning. And there's the drain spout comes down where there's like a little L bend shape there where a nest has been placed. And I have never removed it ever since it got built. I do not touch it. I don't do anything because I know the next year they'll come back and they'll reuse it. And I currently have a baby dove. And it's really sweet, and I love it. My first ever baby dove was actually in I had bought a pansy potted plant, and I had hung it up in my front window where all the bird feeders and stuff are now. And I didn't realize until one day I was looking at my flowers, and I was like, they look awfully weird. Like, what's going on with them? I just bought them. And there was the dove right in the middle, just pushing them down. So I had to let the flowers die because I didn't want to water them. And sure enough, she just like hung out there for the whole season. That was the first year that I was here, that first spring. And then ever since then, they've been returning to that nest that's over on the drain spout. And it makes me very happy. So I try to keep everybody fed as much as I possibly can. Even though the Dubs, they love to crawl over my roof and they like to like scratch on it all the time. They like rub themselves up on the shingles. And it's funny when you can hear them inside the house just like ticking and making noise up on the roof. And Faye says, I'm on page 17 of Things Go Flying. Nice. And Kat says, I missed the last chatty bit. I showered and Barry and I watched The Giant Claw, 1957. It is one of my old school April movies. Then I took care of the pups, Nene, and put the trash out. Oh, yay. That's sweet. Sounds like you had a really lovely evening. I hope you did. Denise said, read 3 pages to get to the next chapter and looked at YouTube and Amazon on page 57. Wonderful. Jamie says, I finished the Maltese Falcon and then switched to the spell shop, made it to page 144. Nice. And Christina says, I finished Hungerstone tonight. Awesome. And Kat says, no reading, but I will read when I hop off here. I'll be finishing Jane Austen's Garden. Wonderful. Christina says, Jamie, did you like the Maltese Falcon? I've had the book on my shelves for so many years, but I just haven't read it yet. And Teresa says, I got some more done in my audiobook and read some in my novel in verse. And Denise said, sent my tax payments in to state and federal. Thanks for the sprints. Have a great weekend, everyone. Good job on your taxes. Well done. And hope you have a great weekend too. Angela said, happy Easter to you as well, Alex. Thank you. And JB said, that's so sweet. Oh, baby doves. Yeah, baby doves are cute. They really are. I saw a video recently of a guy who was like, have you ever seen a baby dove? Why don't you ever see baby doves? It's like, I don't know. I guess because you're not looking in their nests. They obviously exist. I have them every year. Teresa says, a good night and happy Easter, everyone. To you as well. Thank you. And Emily said, like you, my book club is coming up and need to finish my book, 72 pages a day. And tonight I read 144. So now I can feel less rushed. Good. That's wonderful. Jamie said, I did. Christina, it's a great classic hard-boiled detective story. Jamie said, happy Easter to all who celebrate. Yes, to you all as well. I said, thanks for sprints and thank you for coming. And with that, I'm going to log off, everyone. We went a long night tonight. We went 20 minutes over, but I'm good with that. Feeling good. Now going to take a rest. Go lay out on the couch, snuggle my boy. I mean, he's happily content over in his dog bed, but you know, you can't really beat what we call the primo snug. Like, I love him so much. So that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to go get a primo snug. And Kat says, thanks for sprints, Alex. Loved hanging out. Happy Easter, everyone. I would love hanging out with you too, Kat. Thanks for being here. Happy Easter. Robert said, another great night. Thank you, Alex. Thank you, Robert. It always brings some zest. And Faye said, good night, all. And good night to you too, Faye. And Emily said, have a great weekend, all. And thanks for the sprints, Alex. And thank you, Emily. And Talcana said, I haven't started the book for my book club for April. Guess that should be my next to read. Probably a good recommendation since we're over halfway through the month. But you still got plenty of time. He said, thanks for sprints. Y'all have a great weekend. And you as well. Thank you so much. Good night, everyone. Bye.